about the fact that God can be perfect and create something that's imperfect, right? Or desire
Hmm.
something that's imperfect over perfection, right? Well, then that's just conclude that you don't care about contradictions. And if you don't care about contradictions, what's the issue with me existing and not existing at the same time?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
No. Okay.
You know, it's up to you if you want to. It's up to you if you feel that way. Because all I know is if you exist in this world.
Okay. How do you know that? Because contradictions cannot exist.
No,
Okay. Well, then we're gonna go
you're
back into the
here.
point of you hold a contradictory view. Why is my contradictory view not like bad then? Or why is mine wrong but yours is right?
Because that's how you feel. If you feel like you exist, then you exist. But the thing is, like you also, you I don't even know how to explain it because it's not making sense to me. Like the question, because if you choose
How
to
is the
exist,
question
you
not making sense? I'm not
it,
saying you choose to exist or not exist. I'm referring to the descriptive fact that you exist, okay? Could you then say descriptively you do not exist? Thank you for the hand I appreciate it. Like, I have brown hair, right?
right?
Can I also say at the same time I do not have brown hair? Thank you for the hand I appreciate it.
No.
Exactly, right? Why? Because contradictions cannot exist. So why is my contradictory view that I do not have brown hair? Why is that wrong? Thank you, Christiana. I appreciate the subscription. But your contradictory view that God can be perfect and imperfect at the same time is not wrong.
Well, me personally, I just don't get the question. It's not making sense to me. But I'm at my
What
destination.
part's not making sense? Tell me, and I'll explain it to you.
I don't. That's the thing. I don't know how to explain it myself. But I'm at my destination. You know, thanks
All right, for
thanks
sure.
for chatting.
Have a fantastic day, man.
You too. I hope you find the answers you're looking for.
For sure. All right. He didn't know he's banned. I think he got banned and it just didn't kick him out. So again, if you like the content, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. Tap the screen if you want to see some more debates. Let's try to get to 300K likes real quick. We'll help send it out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so. I'm gonna go on to the next person again. If you want to debate, make sure to send a guest request right now. Please only send a guest request if you're 18 plus, you have 1,000 followers, and you think that being gay is immoral. Again, we're only looking for debates. Everyone. Debate Moshi. I added him. We're gonna be debating here pretty soon. We gotta set up a time to do that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, next person. All right, let's get him in here. Um, all right. How old are you?
32.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is immoral?
Um, do you think do you think being gay is moral?
I think it's morally neutral. The same way I think that being straight is morally neutral.
Why?
Because there's no argument to say it's moral or immoral. The same way there's no argument to say that it's moral or immoral for me to like chocolate ice cream over vanilla ice cream. As long as there's a consenting adult relationship, I don't see the issue.
Yeah. Um, for something to be immoral or moral, you gotta compare it to something else, like a rules or law. So who decides what's immoral or what's moral?
Yeah, I am a moral particularist, so I think that at least my moral system here is going to be dependent upon my psychological preferences, and I'm going to apply those psychological preferences within a rational context. So I'll provide like argumentation, and that argumentation has to be sound, and basically what that infers is that it has to be logically coherent.
And now, what is the point of debating if being gay is immoral or moral if it's your own opinion or my own opinion?
Yeah, because you would have a reason as to why or an argument, and if you don't have an argument, I would just simply say that there'd be no reason to hold the position that you hold.
And do you believe in God?
I have no reason to believe that God exists, but I don't know if God exists.
How do you come to exist?
How do I come to exist?
Yes.
My parents had intercourse and it produced me.
And how do you believe the first person exist? How did we come to
First
exist?
person, other types of hominin species led to the first Homo sapien to exist.
And how did they come to exist?
How did they come to exist? Like
Yeah.
the species that existed prior.
And the species that existed prior, where did they come from? How did they
Generally,
come to
if you're
be?
just gonna refer to life from non-life, it's just gonna refer back to abiogenesis.
So basically, you just um, basically you don't know where we came from.
No, we just referred to abiogenesis, which is a theory. You can actually look at what's called the Miller-Urey experiment. They go over
Hmm.
how this is the case. It just
So
refers to evolution. Yeah.
so technically, at the end of the day, it comes to evolution, right?
Yep.
Uh,
Absolutely.
since you existed, did you see anybody else transform into something else, like a person
Bro,
transform into a
evolution
monkey,
doesn't
or a
work
monkey
like it's
from
Pokemon, my guy. Evolution is just referring to small changes over time. Thank you for the
over
hint, I
time?
appreciate it.
But
And yes, we
I'm
do
saying,
observe that. Can you explain to me
okay,
why people have different skin color?
huh?
Can you explain to me why people have different skin color?
That that's a lot of things that come into existence. I mean, for people to have different skin colors, like skin color, like pigmentation, like where you come from. All
Changes exist.
okay. So there's specifically genes that dictate if you're gonna be light skin, dark skin, and whatever
It
kind of
just
skin
refers
you
to
be, right?
melanin. It's a phenotypical characteristic.
So there's a gene that defines that, right?
It's just a phenotypical characteristic, yeah.
Do you believe there is a gene that defines if you're gonna be gay or not?
There are probably particular genes in which make you have a genetic predisposition, but there isn't like a particular gene that they've identified as the quote unquote gay gene. It just seems to be like they have like multiple different ones that are associated with people who are gay,
So do you believe
like being predisposed.
do you believe people born gay or they choose to be gay?
I mean, I don't think it's just either born gay or choose to be gay. I don't think people choose to have their
It,
sexual preferences. I think their
but
sexual preferences just
it can
are.
it can be anything else. It's either you were born gay or you chose to be gay, right?
Not necessarily.
It's, there is no other option. It's either you were born gay or you chose to be gay. Which one is it?
No, that's a false dichotomy. So I think that
What
generally
do you
speak,
mean?
yeah, generally speaking, right, you can have particular predispositions, right, but that wouldn't necessarily infer that you would always end up being that way, right? So obviously there can be things in which could necessarily be different, right? Even if it's not necessarily that you're born a particular way, right? But even if we were to prescribe, because I mean, like we just don't know whether or not people are born, right? The same thing applies to straight people, right? But if we're going to presuppose that straight people are born that particular way, well, then it would only
Hmm.
make sense to say the same thing applies to people who are gay.
Okay, so are you straight or are you gay?
I'm straight.
Do you believe you were born straight or you chose to be straight?
I don't believe that I chose to be straight, but I don't know if I
So
was
you were
born
born
straight.
straight. It's either
No,
one or the
again, you
other.
haven't given me an argument as to why it is either
No,
or.
I'm asking you a question. It's either one or the other. Where either
No,
you
no,
were
no,
born
no.
gay
How do
or
you
you
know it's
chose
Really
to
either
be
one or
gay.
reveal
the other,
So
something
sir?
Huh?
it's
later
How do you
not
on.
know it's either
literal
one or the
instructions.
other?
It's not
Because
like
there
we
is
can
no other
compare it
way
to
for
a
it to be.
deeper
It's either you were
nuances that are just
born gay
Wait,
or
wait.
you
Why?
chose to
Why
be
is
gay.
no,
why
I
is
would
there
not
no
say
other way?
so.
Did
And
you
you
not hear what I
can
just described, sir?
experience like what it would
Huh?
be like to
Did you not
actually
hear what I
like
just
what it
described,
be
sir? I just
excuse me, I'm
explained how there
stumbling
could
over my
be
words, let me say that
other
over.
ways.
I love
You
this.
guys
So
can
so
yeah, you guys, with the
me
hormone
because
changes and you
I
guys
don't
taking
believe
hormone,
being gay is
blockers and
immoral.
stuff, it does mess with your hormones and it is proven
But
that you guys
if
can
you
get like
do
Oh,
cramps
you
and
don't believe
stuff,
perform
it's
the
immoral?
action,
like,
Okay, okay,
listen,
but
sir. If
that's
you don't,
no,
not
if you
you
don't believe
guys
it's
really
immoral, I'm trying to get some people who
experiencing
no,
disagree
but
vehemently.
listen, listen,
a period. And that's
listen.
where I feel like the
Me,
What's the point if you don't
misinformation
respect the rules of
and
my life, my guy?
it kind of
let me ask you a simple question.
offends women
Queen,
because it's
I'm
not
just stating
education,
something.
it's
So
not
being
science,
gay is
and
not immoral.
you guys are not all I don't want to say all, and
It's
I don't mean the word you guys
what
in a
gay
bad
people
way,
that
You're
but
consider
good.
there
that's
are some
immoral.
Keep
trans
Griffin,
people
Okay, so why
out
do
Griffin.
you
there
think
that
it's
are
immoral
putting
to like have gay sex?
misinformation out
Why
there.
is it immoral to have gay sex, but it's
Okay,
not immoral to have straight sex?
so you had a lot to say. I'm
Hmm.
going to try to address everything,
Because
and if I
we were
skip
not,
Okay.
something,
we,
it's my bad. Firstly and foremost, nobody is born a man. There's only been one person ever born a woman, and that was the goddess Athena, and she was also born in a suit of armor. Nobody's born because being a man or a woman necessitates being an adult. I was born male, and that's the
Well,
difference
okay.
between biological sex and gender. Because those two are
Okay.
two separate terms. Biological sex is everything that you just listed, which breaks down to things like primary sex characteristics and gamete production,
Okay.
secondary sex characteristics, karyotype like XX chromosomes, hormones, and neurology.
Okay.
Gender is your typical male or female, or those who fall outside of it, based on the social or cultural expectations, roles, and gestures, as opposed to any biological ones. Which is why trans women are just women. But I'm not a female. I will never be a
Okay.
female. And I
Yes.
fully
Okay.
am aware of that, and I'm okay with that. The point of this inclusive language is specifically to prevent people from being offended in the same way you don't want to be offended. Because there are
Okay.
non-binary people who can get pregnant, and there's trans men who can get pregnant, who experience these puberties that don't want to talk about it from the lens of being like feminine or being a woman. And so
Okay.
it's just playing around that while still not taking it away from you. I would say that somebody being offended by my existence has zero bearing on me, because I make no statements, zero statements whatsoever as to any other person's womanhood. Because gender is
Okay.
subjective and it's intuitive to yourself,
Agreed.
and it is your own experiences throughout society and of your own biological sex that it's unique to you, and it has no bearing on you, nothing, as
And
to
I
what
get that.
I
And I,
do.
like, and I understand that everybody is, and that's why I said everybody is entitled to what they want to do. But I just feel like, things are getting pushed on us. And like, for an example, if we don't call somebody the right pronouns, like the trans community really doesn't understand that people that aren't trans don't really know a lot about it. And it's not because we're arrogant or ignorant. It's just that we understand. We give you props to do whatever you want, but like it shouldn't be pushed on us that if we don't know the pronouns. I mean, I've had people get upset and yell at me because I called them the wrong pronouns, and it wasn't on purpose, but it's just like it's a different vibe, and I feel like it's not on everybody, but there are certain trans people in the community that are pushing it way too hard on us, to the point where it's getting us to feel like we're being attacked because we're not sitting here like in school basically trying to learn everything about your guys' community and what you guys stand for. Like I feel like there's no empathy for
There's a lot of
the
empathy.
for the
How
straight
many,
community because
Janelle,
we don't know.
how many trans people do you know outside of the internet?
Out of the internet, I have to know about maybe 7.
Do they freak out at you, and do they
No,
force
because
things on you?
they don't use the word cisgender. They're not they don't
I'm
get
making
offended.
I'm making a point here, and that is that you are viewing this through a myopic lens of the internet, and you will find all kinds of people on the internet that don't represent everybody. I will also say
And
I
I
will
said
also
that from the
say
beginning.
that I don't know the situation that you are in, that somebody freaked out at you. There are sometimes very valid reasons why people will freak out at people, because if you're being rude, people are going to treat you like you're being rude. But if somebody just had a bad reaction, it could have been a bad day. It could have been whatever. I don't know the situation. But there is a lot of empathy. That is why, despite the fact that you've used a lot of very flagrant wording, a lot of wording that like I would deem disrespectful to trans people, like calling
And go ahead.
biological, for your sake, or cis women real women,
We
would be
are real
disrespectful.
women.
But
We
that is
are
disrespectful.
biologically real women.
Janelle, I'm not going to be interrupted on my own life.
I'm sorry.
Trans women are also real women. And if you cannot, so like that differentiation of actually trying to say that trans women are not real women,
If they
I
had
would
the
also deem
surgery,
to
then
be,
yes, they are real women. But
no,
if they do
it
not
has
go through the surgery, they still have a
Janelle,
penis. They're not real women.
Janelle, let's walk through this again. Biological sex and gender are two different things. Biological sex is male, female, and breaks down to primary, secondary sex characteristics, Hormones, karyotype, and neurology. Gender is the breakdown of social and cultural expectations, roles, and gestures, typically denoted by biological sex,
And can I just
without
play?
any
Can
influence from biology.
can
No,
I
you
just make
cannot
a
play. No,
point
you
too?
cannot play a video.
No, I'm not playing a video, but can I make a point to you? Like, you literally just said that I was being disrespectful. I said disrespectful words, which I don't think I've been disrespectful at all. I'm just trying to understand. But
Mhm.
I feel like that's the problem. If we ask questions and you guys don't like the answers to it, you automatically sit here and say that we're being disrespectful. No, it's not being disrespectful. We're trying to understand why this stuff is getting pushed on us. And if we don't know the answers, then we're being
So you,
transphobic. We're
no, I
trying.
didn't say that. I didn't.
Well,
Janelle,
that's what it
this is
pretty
the
sounds
problem.
like.
This is the Janelle. This is the problem. Is that you are being disrespectful without realizing or intending to be, and I'm explaining it to you with compassion and caring and understanding.
And I
And instead of
understand that,
and then
but
no, you
I
don't.
disagree
Because
with
instead of
what you think is
listening,
disrespectful because I feel like people can't express the way that they feel without people getting upset or getting hurt by what they say, and
But
that's a
your
problem
feelings
now
are
these days.
respected.
What was that?
Your
in this-
feelings are respected completely.
yeah, I'm respecting your feelings. I am treating you
No,
with
you are,
kindness and
Shredda.
grace.
We respect you, Janelle. We're never transhumans are never going to be like birthing humans. We are not going to like take that role from you. We respect that.
Most of
We
yous
are
do,
going-
and then that's what I
you
said in the
are-
beginning. But there are people out here that are like, oh, you know, they're basically trying to like tell us that we don't know our anatomy and we're wrong for the certain ways that we think that, you know, what I'm not, like I said, I'm gonna say real women because I was born a woman. I can have kids, and I'm sorry to say it, but trans women cannot have kids.
And I'm going to again point. Then I'm going to point out that there are many biological or real women. Again, you insisting on that word is disrespectful, and I have told you ad nauseum at this point.
I
that it
am
is
a biological woman. I don't understand how that is
You're
disrespectful.
Janelle. 2 ears, 1 mouth for a reason. I'm explaining it to you. I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm responding. You have to give me the room to actually respond. There are
Okay.
many people that you would consider to be biological women. And again, your insistence on the term real women, I've just told you is disrespectful, and you insist on using it. That is a choice that you are now making, conscious of what I've just said. There are many people that you would consider
But yeah,
real
but
women.
you need to understand, just because you think it's disrespectful, it does not mean it's disrespectful.
Janelle,
All right, this is going
there are
absolutely
many
nowhere because it's
people-
only one side of a conversation. It's like you guys really just.
Okay, if it's going nowhere, goodbye.
Well, what were we disrespectful to her? Because if I
So,
was part of
one
the
thing I'm
disrespect,
noticing that
She couldn't distinguish between female and woman.
so one thing I noticed so
Hold on,
one
go
thing
ahead,
I'm
Jeremy.
noticing
Go ahead,
that
Jeremy.
is initially when she said real woman, like, I heard that and I was kind of wondering, how that was gonna be, how the reaction was gonna be, because I understand that there is a group of trans people who take extreme offense to that, regardless of the knowledge level of the person who said it. And I really respect how your initial response is just letting them know with empathy and calmness, and like, hey, I understand you said such and such. This is what you said. It's being taken as disrespectful. Could you please not say it anymore? And when after that point, once you insist, that at that point that's genuine disrespect. Like, that what you're saying is disrespectful. Like, for example, if you call me African American, most people
Just a
that's
second
not a
while
big
you're
deal.
speaking.
You're African American.
Griffin, I'm going to be cycling people out so I can get
that's
other
fine.
guests
If
in.
I gotta go, it's totally fine. I'm not offended. I love you.
Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
So
I just have a lot of requests.
If you call me African American and then I tell you I don't want to be called African American, I would like to be called American. Whether now that I've told you, now that I've informed you of your offense, or quote unquote offense based on my personal feelings, you continuing to insist that I'm African American would then be deemed as being disrespectful. And that's one thing I'm learning, and that's
Okay.
what a lot of people are having a hard time getting is, these are my preferred pronouns. I'm not going to yell at you because I never got a chance to tell you. Like, if I wanted to be, you know, another pronoun, because I don't know how many pronouns there are nowadays, but let's say I wanted to be identified as another group of people that you don't consider me to be, but me telling you that I want to be identified as such or referred to as such, and then you insist that my feelings are invalid, that's where the disrespect comes from. Even in my nursing training, we are taught, even with schizophrenic patients, when patients say, hey, there's a huge, 8-foot spider on the wall, our response that we're taught is, you know, I believe that you see an 8-foot spider on the wall. However, I don't see that 8-foot spider. But we're still taught to empathize with that patient while we treat the patient, if the patient came and sought treatment. Right? Am I making sense?
Yeah.
Hi, I just wanted to say
So,
I'm here. I just didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah.
Just so I don't get
It's
cycled
kind of
out.
glitching. There's apparently supposed to be somebody right here, but they're not coming through. And Piper is, I do see you. I hear you. We'll start with Ellie. Ellie, what's your name? Pronouns? I figure it's Ellie, but pronouns?
I'm a they, she.
They, she?
Yes, I am.
Cool. And Piper?
Whatever's fine. It doesn't matter to me.
Okay. How old are you, Piper?
Oh, I'm 21.
Cool. All right. Let me see if I can get. So Earthly Vibes is supposed to be connecting, but they're kind of glitched out, and things are just glitched. Cool. So yeah, go ahead, Piper.
Can I say something about what people are saying in the comments? So I just want to address that because I don't feel like typing it all out, but like people are saying like I'm a woman, I'm a cis woman or whatever, like I'm biologically female, and like I want to identify as a woman, not just like as a cis woman. Like I don't want to be identified with like the cis, word or whatever. And from what I was seeing, they were comparing it to be called like quote real women, or like comparing it to like how they don't want to be addressed as cis because like there's no need for that or whatever. And I just want to say there's nothing like behind, like cis is a scientific term to describe like women who were born biologically female and who have not transitioned gender. There's nothing offensive and there's nothing tied to that word historically. And so the difference between calling someone a real woman and then also being addressed as a cis woman, real woman is a term that people commonly use to tear down and like to like devalue
like belittle
trans like women and stuff like that. So like what I'm trying to say is that like real woman and cis woman are two different things, because to be called cis is like that is science. Like you identify as a woman, you were born female, whatever. But like real woman is just like a jab at like trans women that you know what I'm trying to say.
Would that kind of, I don't know, would that kind of be like a slight dog whistle? I don't know.
I wouldn't call it a dog whistle. I would call it more of microaggression.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like people, especially because like dog whistles tend to be signs that people are part of hate movements, as opposed to like a lot of the time microaggressions can come from a place of ignorance.
Gotcha. Okay. Oh, I didn't.
Arhar? 720.
You can call me Anthony. Anthony, you can call me Anthony.
What's your pronouns?
He, him.
Fantastic.
So I would like to say I'm going to hang out. I'm going to listen to be educated. Okay. I'm 50 years old. I came from a different time, right? So I'm here listening. I will say things if if it comes to me, or if I have something to say.
Well, I would like to hear you weigh in on these things, because like I do have a limited number of spaces.
All right. So my concern is that nothing that cisgender people say is going to be right. That's my concern here. So if I say to you, I don't like the term cis, that means I'm transphobic or that I am some sort of phobic, but that's not true. It's just that for 50 years, I've been a male and I've been a man and I've been Mr. and I've been Sir. So this is new, right? Like I said, I'm 50 and I don't think I heard the term transgender or cis until I was 47, 48 years old. So this is new. When I was a kid, there was gay, there was lesbian. And even with that, that's a gay man and that woman is a lesbian. So all these terms now are confusing and frustrating, but it doesn't make us transphobic.
So I will say,
It's because it's just one more thing that I'm not doing right. It's one more added thing that I have to be concerned with in my daily life. That's unnecessary.
But I feel like we learn new things every day. And this is my assumption that we go through like education, we go to school, we have jobs where we learn things, and I feel like it's kind of not hard to like notice like cisgender means like somebody who identifies with like their assigned birth sex or whatever. So I really don't feel like it's that necessary to be like so stressed about this thing, because it's not a big thing. Like it's literally just a word. I mean, not just a word, but like it's literally just like
it's not just
adding
her.
on to like, yeah, but
Like I will say, I'm not going to make any statements about what you should or should not feel.
Yeah.
Hold on, Tabby, go ahead.
I just want to first, what do you guess right below me? What do you want me to call you?
Anthony's fine.
Anthony. I wanted to ask, are you a black man?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a label. Yeah, it's a separate.
I agree. I agree.
That's a separate.
And I wouldn't like for somebody to call me. I wouldn't like for somebody to call me black man when they address me either. Just like you folks wouldn't want to be addressed as something. Or not. I'm not saying you folks. I don't know what your pronouns are, but as trans folk or gay folk might not like being called trans or gay, or they may not like that.
They're perfectly fine being called trans women. They wouldn't just. No one will walk up to you and just call you a black. So you wouldn't walk up to someone calling them a trans. You would call them a
Mm.
trans woman,
I-
just like you would be called a black man. That's the respectful term because we recognize that that's an adjective on the actual noun.
I will say
That's fair.
personally, I'm not going to make any statements about what you should feel about the word. Your
Yeah.
feelings are your own, and that's kind of something that like I can't help you work through. That's like a work through on your own kind of thing. I will point out that in this case, like, so cisgender is an adjective and it describes your experience of your gender. You don't need in any way to identify yourself that way. I don't expect you to leave this conversation and go up to your friends and be like, "Hey, what's up, pals? I'm a cisgender man." Like, I don't expect you to do that. It just, in this kind of conversation, it just denotes whether or not you're trans or whether or not
Yeah,
you're cis,
it
and that's it.
it doesn't come up in everyday conversations.
Yeah.
Only like usually if you're talking about trans issues. Like if you were to see Ocean in real life, you wouldn't go, "Hey, trans woman." You would say, "Hey, woman." No one would walk up to you in real life and be like, "Hey, black man." They would say, "Hey, man," unless it's actually irrelevant to the conversation.
Mm.
Yeah, it's just something to
So,
identify something with. It
Yeah.
it has nothing to do with anything else.
so I appreciate that. I hear you. I appreciate that. Um, what's confusing to me is if this is about equality, right? This is about equality. Why does anybody want to be labeled, titled, or called anything? I mean,
Well,
why not just accept right now I look like a man, so that's why I'm being addressed this way. Or right now I look like a female and that's why I'm being addressed this way.
You mean a
But it's
woman?
not necessarily disrespectful. Like the woman up top, beautiful,
Call me
beautific,
Tabby. You just call me Tabby.
Tabby. Like you look like a female to me. I don't know what your pronouns are,
I
but
look like
in the
a
street I would
woman.
call you a woman.
But
The
see,
host,
wait.
if
Can
I
I point
saw
something out
you
about
in
that
the
real
street,
quick?
I would call you a woman.
Can I point something out about that real quick? I do
Sure.
take offense to being called female.
See, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I can't
but I
win.
think
But
like
but
where
when I
you're
see
But
what I
wait.
see,
No, I
Thinking
didn't
that there
make
is
a
a
big
battle to
uproar
win is
about it.
also a problem.
Please stop. Everybody stop talking at once. I have sensitive hearing. I need y'all to slow down.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Can I
Yeah.
butt in for a sec?
Sure.
A, it's not really about a battle to win, and B, like we brought up earlier, like it's comforting to have something to like actually like align yourself with. Like everyone says like, "Oh, I don't like labels," but it's just like labels are kind of just a part of life, and sometimes like especially what I felt is like all the feelings with having to like come out and stuff, and then finally seeing that like other people went through not exactly the same but a similar experience and you can align them with that label, like that feels much better than just being like, just kind of laying down and accepting it.
and
Like
also
laying down and accepting the weird feelings you have and not like searching for
I
like
hear
what
that.
the
I hear
actual
that.
way it is.
and can I add on to that? If we're talking about like everybody having equality and stuff like that, I think it's really important to note that when equality is talked about, everybody should have the equal freedom to express themselves how they want as long as you're not hurting anybody else.
I was simply going to say that when I pointed it out earlier that I found female offensive, honestly, a lot of women find being called female offensive. It wasn't to make a dig at you or anything like that. It was just to point out, just like how I did there. I said that female is an offensive thing for me to be called. I'd rather just be called woman. You can just automatically make that correction. It's like, I'm not expecting you to know off the top of your head that I find that offensive. I just let you know that I find that offensive. The respectful thing is to no longer refer to me as female, to refer to me as a woman. That's a mutual respect.
I understand.
I will point out there's a historical connotation to that. Historically, we only refer man and woman. We only use to refer to humans, and then male and female we used to refer to as livestock, which we then passed on to people when we had brought over when like people were brought as like chattel slaves, And so there's like a really negative connotation to referring to people just as male or female purely. And so it's not really your enemy. That's all. Yeah, so like I understand that like you're wary that like this can be like it can feel like you're walking on eggshells, and part of it is that not all of us think the same, not all of us will react to the same things, not all of us like treat the same things in the same ways. Not all trans people even agree on like the word transphobia, for example. We just don't. And so for each group, we all come together and we try to find some commonalities. Because these labels need to exist, because right now, trans people, for example, last year there were 432 anti-queer laws that were passed, most of which targeted trans people. Within this year alone, there's already been over 200 that have been already put up to be considered as legislation. So we need these unifying labels as a way of being like, this is who we are. So when I'm no longer...
You're human beings.
You're right.
You deserve the same protections and freedoms as everybody else. The fact that you are misgendered should not change the fact that if you bleed, you should get a Band-Aid. And if you broke your arm, you should get a medical attention. I don't think that there should be any discrimination for any human being for anything. I believe that.
I agree, but until we reach a point that does not happen, we need something to unify under as trans people, and that label is trans. Once that happens, once that no longer occurs, then I don't care about the label of trans anymore.
This is a good question I saw in the comments. How do you feel about the term I don't see color?
I think it's a lie.
Okay, but imagine that, because this is where the intersectionality part comes in. Imagine that's kind of what this did to Ocean right there. Ocean has told you who she is. She has told you how trans people feel, and you say you're all human. As if if you imagine being in the space where you're telling someone who's white about the racism that we face as Black people, and they say, "Well, we're all human. You shouldn't be facing it anyway. You bleed the same." It doesn't change the discrimination that we face. It isn't people seeing us as not seeing our color or not seeing that we're different doesn't change that we'll still face discrimination. People not wanting to recognize that trans people exist or not acknowledging the experience that trans people go through doesn't change that they're not trans. They're still trans and they're still going through these things. The best way to handle it is to acknowledge it and then face the discrimination. Change the oppression, not the label that people are what they're calling themselves. And part of acknowledging that is recognizing that we can be cisgendered, and cisgendered people are those who are oftentimes are the causes of their oppression. Just like white people oppress us, cisgendered people oppress them. These lawmakers who are making these things against trans people are cisgendered. And we have
also, sorry to the guests that I have to drop. I will probably be like, if you're agreeing with me, I will probably be dropping you randomly at any point.
I'm not staying up.
Okay.
You can drop me next.
Okay. Do you mind if I just say one thing?
Please do.
I've been watching a lot of videos, and I think the reason why I am a biological woman. Okay. I was born female. I'm she, her. Okay. I think that there's a lot of trans women on here that are using the platform to give out false narratives and also taking away. Wait,
Yeah.
hold on. They're calling us birthing parents and things like that. I think there's a lot of issues with that, taking away from me being a mother and changing that narrative for me.
So I will acknowledge that. I talked about this a little bit earlier. I guess you weren't here for it. So the terms of like birthing person or chest feeder are used as like gender neutral terms because there are non-binary people and there are trans men who can give birth, who are not women and don't want to be called mothers or women or like pregnant. But in your case, hold on. You, like, if you become pregnant, should you become pregnant, you are still very much valid as a pregnant woman. You are still very much valid as a pregnant mother.
But there's a lot of
Nobody's
people on
taking
here
that away
using
from
this
you.
platform and giving out false narratives. There's a gentleman, Jeffrey Marsh, who is telling children on his videos and his lives that your parents screwed up. You're
I am not Jeffrey Marsh.
no.
I'm not.
I'm just giving you an example of what is out there and why there's a lot of negative around this situation, because there are many people that feel one way and there's many people that feel no. Listen, I have nothing against trans people, gay, lesbian. I have a brother who's gay. Okay, I have no problem with it. But when you go, like, I don't understand how you don't want to be labeled one thing, but then you want to slap a label onto somebody else.
I don't want to slap a label on you. If you like the word cisgender, for example, if you don't want to identify with it, don't identify with it.
But it's
If you
being
don't want to
shoved
be,
down our throats.
if you
saying,
don't
like,
want to
you
be,
have to do this.
it's Cream. You've got to stop interrupting me. If you don't want to be a chest feeder, and
No, I
you
don't.
are somebody, and you want to be somebody who breastfeeds, that's valid. Nobody can take that from you. Nobody's going to take that from you. If you want to be a pregnant mother, pregnant woman, still very much valid. I do not speak for everybody in the community. I do not represent in any way the rest of the community, and I'm not going to sit here and try to postulate in any way what anybody says, especially because I don't know Jeffrey. I don't know all of Jeffrey's takes. I don't understand Jeffrey, except that that's just sometimes they're a little bit of a controversial figure. That's it. People are already against us for a lot of reasons and have been without the need of somebody like Jeffrey. That they were already against us before Jeffrey came around and was big on the platform.
Right. Now,
That's
do you
kind of
also
using
think
Jeffrey
it's
as
a
a
trend?
scapegoat.
Do you think
No.
that there are people using this platform as a trend at all?
No. No. There are some people who will use things to garner clout based on their experience. But I like Jeffrey going to buy like tampons, for example, like I'm apathetic to, because it's not like people are running out of tampons anytime soon. I buy tampons, I carry them, I give them to my friends when they don't have them, because people have emergencies. People have ran into emergencies around me.
Okay, but
It's
that's something also that you bring up with periods, like giving out the false narrative where trans women can menstruate. No, you cannot.
Nobody said nobody here is saying that, so I need
I'm not saying no
Cream,
one said it, but
Cream,
there's people on
Cream.
this platform. No, but you're not when.
Okay, I'm going to stop you. You need to stop speaking and bringing in other people's arguments, because I'm not those people. If I say something, you can come challenge me on what I'm saying. I'm not going to have a conversation about what every other trans activist says. That is not what my platform is for. That's not what I'm going to do. Okay? So if you're going to be here to talk to me and acknowledge what I say. Don't talk about what other trans people say. Because I don't know them, and that's a straw man. Go ahead, Tab.
I was just gonna say on the aspect of talking about quote unquote birth persons. I don't use that term. I typically just say people who can get pregnant. I oftentimes, Ocean knows, I debate about abortion all the time. And abortion laws, abortion debates in general, and oftentimes, even though I am a cisgendered woman, I would consider, if I got pregnant, I would consider myself a mother. I would consider myself all that. I speak that way to be inclusive to everyone who has the ability to get pregnant, because it's not just me who will be affected by things like abortion bills. It's not just women who use tampons or pads or have menstrual cycles. Trans men have those too, and while you can say that trans women don't get pregnant, I would say you have to acknowledge that trans men do. And so if you're going to call them women, then you're acting gendering them, and that's you being disrespectful at that point, because then you're either going to exclude them or you're going to misgender them. I mean, that's what it's going to come down to. So I feel like when we're having a conversation, outside of talking about a specific person or outside of talking about yourself personally, if you're talking about things that anyone with a uterus has the ability to experience, I would prefer more inclusive. I personally would prefer more inclusive language that includes everyone with a uterus, because not everyone with a uterus identifies as a woman, and I don't see people using inclusive language as something that separates me from my womanhood, because no one else can separate me from my womanhood but me.
All right, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
As far as being transphobic is immoral, what do you consider transphobic?
Any fear or aversion of anybody who falls under the trans umbrella.
Does that include excluding trans men or women in the dating pool?
It depends on your motivations. If you're averse to dating a trans person merely on the premise of being trans, then yeah, probably. However, if you have like a genital preference, no, that's valid. 100% valid. Things like that. There's all kinds of reasons why it would be totally valid.
So, by that logic, you would say the vast majority of men and the vast majority of cisgender men and the vast majority of cisgender women are transphobic.
I don't know if there's is there a statistic on the vast majority of men and women not wanting to date trans people?
I think the latest Pew study in 2019 showed that in regards to dating trans men and women, about 3.3% of men didn't mind dating trans women, and even less cisgender women, straight women, 1.8%, I believe, would prefer not to date trans men.
If that stat is accurate, I would encourage that, because again, there's many valid, because like that's very broad.
No, it gets more specific than that, right?
I would say that. Hold on. I would say that at that point, you should do some self-reflection, some introspection, and I have no problem saying that.
So, be as may. What's the definition of immoral to you?
Immoral, as in, good question. An act that opposes morality, a negative action, something, an action that imposes, that is contrary to the ethics, whether personal or societal.
Okay, so if the vast majority of society says that, hey, they exclude transgenders from their dating pool, is that immoral, or is it that's their preference?
It depends on the reason why.
You can't label the vast majority of people, regardless of race or anything like that, who prefer not to date
on the reason why.
You can't do that.
It depends on the reason why.
If greater than 96% of the population prefer not to date trans.
It depends on the reason why, because you're not listening.
So you're saying everyone's bad.
Okay, I'm gonna have to mute you now because you're not speaking. You're not listening.
Digress for a minute.
There's a breakdown of the reason why. Part of it is genitalia preference, for example. The vast majority, like from like that's a genitalia preference, and that's okay. That's not bigotry. That's not transphobia. It's a genitalia.
No. So let me further explain the study.
No. How about you stop and give me the study?
Sure, you could go here right now. Hang on. I'll give it to you. Are you by a computer?
Yep, right here.
I was just gonna say real quick, I've expressed this emotion that I feel like I would date a trans man. My only issue is that I might have a genitalia preference, and I don't want that to cause any problems for any trans men.
So I want you to Google, is dating trans, is refusing to date trans people transphobic? There's several things that'll come up, but it should link you to the actual study.
No, can you give me the study? Like, I need the name of the study.
He said
you have to Google it. I can't give you the name.
Like, I need the name of the study.
You're by a computer right now. Do you want me to go to a computer and pull it up for you?
I pull this up and I dig, and like I'm not going to dig through a million sources trying to find
It's
a
not a
study because I
million
don't know
sources.
what study is.
It should probably be within the first one or two
Okay, what
links.
this is, do you know what the burden of proof is?
What do you mean? It's a study. It's
Do
research,
you know
right?
what the burden of proof
Hang on,
is?
hang on. Let me see if I can get the study for you, since that's what
Thank
you
you.
want.
Hi, Cozy Pixie. Just want to acknowledge you while we're doing this.
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm a teenager.
Okay. Unfortunately, I can't have you here, but thank you for stopping by.
Mm,
Ocean.
Yeah. What's up?
So I think you should let him stay.
I can't. So it's a TikTok policy. I cannot let minors stay.
Okay.
You have to be 18 and over. Also,
Okay.
as a personal rule, even before TikTok did that, like I just don't like to talk to minors.
Yeah,
Yeah,
TikTok.
but it says trans kids need our protection. So
Yeah.
you could have maybe given him some information and helped protect him from inside your life. But I do understand the TikTok thing.
Yeah, TikTok made it
But
super.
maybe when it's not TikTok, just to maybe I got 4 kids and I understand how important it is to communicate with them. So maybe in the future, if you would not dismiss them because of their age, that might
Well,
help.
I
Might be
didn't kick
helpful.
them from the live, so they're in this. They're still in a space that they can learn. Just firstly, I like there's many reasons why I'm uncomfy as like an adult speaking to a child. I am not their parent, so like there's already some weird boundaries there. On top of that, like there's weird vibes with adults talking to children, and then finally, like if they're like when you're a part of a trans conversation, there's a lot of harassment that can come from that, and I don't want a minor to be subject to that.
That's
So,
fair. That's fair.
Real quick.
so the study is transgender exclusion from the world of dating, patterns of acceptance and rejection of hypothetical
Hold
trans
on.
dating
Can you
partners.
hold on? That's a giant title and didn't catch all of that. Can you say it again but slower?
So, transgender exclusion from the world of dating,
Exclusion from
colon,
hold on. From the world of dating. Continue.
colon, patterns of acceptance and rejection of hypothetical trans dating partners as a function of sexual and gender identity. Do you want the DOI number for that?
Yeah, the DOI would be actually incredible.
DOI.org/10.1177.
Yeah, found it.
Okay.
Indicated that they would not consider dating a trans. Okay, so again, this is exactly my problem, is that this is super fucking broad because it just simply states that they would exclude them from the dating pool without any motivation being stated here. Like this literally just says that it would exclude trans people.
Continue reading.
Okay. The options provided included cisgender men, cisgender women, trans men, trans women, and genderqueer individuals. Across the sample of heterosexual, lesbian, gay, bisexual, queer, and trans individuals, 87.5 indicated that they would not consider dating a trans person, with cisgender, heterosexual men and women being most likely to exclude trans persons from their potential dating pool. Individuals identifying as bi, queer, trans, and non-binary are most likely to indicate a willingness to date a trans person. However, among those willing to date trans people, a pattern of masculine privileging and trans feminine exclusion appeared, such as participants were disproportionately willing to date trans men but not trans women. Even doing so was counter to their self-identified sexual and gender identity, e.g. a lesbian dating a trans man but not a trans woman. The results were discussed with the implications of a trans woman seeking romantic relationships and the pervasiveness of cisgenderism and trans misogyny. It makes no statement as to the motivations.
So that's your criteria. So you exclude any study that don't meet your criteria.
No, I didn't exclude the study. What I'm saying is that a genital preference would not fall under transphobia. which means that this study does not actually cite what that 87.5% why they would exclude that group. That's what I'm talking about.
So you need to pull up the entire study.
No,
Um,
my guy.
yes, there
Okay.
may be flaws in study, but do you have a study that says otherwise?
I don't need. This isn't about making us. This is me
Oh,
saying transphobia is immoral, which is a philosophical claim. You come up and you're
so
talking
I
about.
present
You
actual
need to stop it.
studies,
You need to stop
and
interrupting.
you exclude it.
You need to stop interrupting. I'm not excluding your study. Your study is actually very interesting, and I didn't see it before. But I am specifically making a statement as to transphobia. You asked about dating preferences, and I broke down what portions of dating preferences would be transphobic and what wouldn't. However, outside, like this study does not break down why somebody wouldn't want to be with a trans person, and that motivation is the key reason as to why.
Yeah. So can
Go
I?
ahead, Tabby.
You're not listening when Ocean is saying that it's the reasons that people are not dating trans people that would make them.
Ocean has to read the entire study before she can make that
Okay,
determination.
I'm done
Not
with
to
you.
add,
Goodbye.
not just
Dude, I was trying to sit here and say, it's not about just not wanting to date trans people. That is not the problem, and that's what he's proving that okay, there are a lot of people who don't want to date trans people. What Ocean is saying, it's the reasons why people don't want to date trans people. I'm hesitant about dating someone who's trans because I've explained this to Ocean. I don't want that I have a genitalia preference, and then I am not able to I don't find them sexually attractive in the bedroom or be able to see myself being able to have sleep with them as a romantic partner, and that be something that affects them. That's not a transphobic reason.
By the way, for people in the guests, they don't give me how long people are in the guests anymore, so I'm just accepting it the order that it presents me. I don't know if it's swapped around. So if you've been waiting a long time, I apologize. Yeah. Nicole, I will mod you. I want to start with
Ocean, I'll drop down so you can have somebody else
okay.
up.
Cause our guest with the airplane and the flares going off.
Gigi,
I'm not even gonna. I don't want to butcher that. Go ahead.
You're fine. You're fine. I find humor in how people pronounce it.
I'm
Sometimes.
sorry. Hold on. How old are you?
24.
What year were you born?
99.
Tracking. Cool. All right, go ahead.
Sound young. I'm sorry. Not a way I wish I was born, but it is what it is. Anyways, no, I feel like a lot of your points are valid due to the fact it's more reasonable than what most other people claim. Like, for example, you said genital preference is not transphobia. And I've heard a lot of other trans individuals who would disagree with you. And that's a lot of what people try to push back on, because it's like, well, I mean, if I don't want to date a person because potential outcome in life, they don't see a future happening, they don't want to go through that, right? But it's like, I don't know.
That's just a me. Janie or Janie's World. How do you like to be called?
Hello, Jane is fine.
Jane. All right. Hi, Jane. Pronouns?
Hello. I am. I was born in 1988. I'll let you guys do the math. I am definitely older than 18. And kind of backing off of that, I really appreciate the discussion that you've been having, and I would especially be interested in hearing about the relationship between the gender binary and its roots in colonization, specifically, because I think that is not touched on enough, and it's something I did not learn about until very recently. And so,
sorry. So the gender binary is not actually grounded in anything except for like the colonization that happened. I'm being very careful about the words that I'm choosing for a reason, but we all know who did the colonization. Before then, there were vast amounts of societies that had third gender or even multi-gender variants. Like here in America, we had the native people who had two-spirit. In Hawaii, they had mahu, and there are many other cultures that had many other variants. In the Middle East, I just read that there was a culture that had 6 to 8 gender variants. And so this idea of a strict binary gender, like that only comes from this idea, this Western idea of what gender is.
Right. Yeah, I love that. I know, yeah, places like Tonga and Samoa and Hawaii have had that, you know, there's this argument that we have had the binary sense way back, and it's a little too black and white. It's not the whole picture. So anyways, I'm a trans person, so I guess I was mostly here to, I don't need to be talking all that much. I just want to be another trans voice for you.
And then Aria or Ariana,
Yeah.
however.
Ariana.
Cool.
Yeah. My
Ariana.
pronouns are she, her.
Cool. What do you want to talk about?
I really just wanted to come on here and as a cisgendered woman and just I don't really understand why I guess why specifically men have such an issue with the term cisgender. I've actually come across a disturbing amount of lives talking men, cisgender men, but they don't want to be called that, and they are like just going at it about how it just makes them so angry and they feel like it's a slur. Like someone literally said that it's a slur, and that I literally went on their live and tried to explain to them what a slur was, and they were just like, no, like this person, this trans woman or called me cis and they used it as a slur, and I'm like, oh my god, like they think that cis is like a pronoun, and they're like, it's not my pronoun. I'm like, I would never walk up to you and be like, yo sis, what's up? Like that's not your pronoun. Like that's not how you identify. Like I literally gave them all of like the information, like how it's used in, you know, science and they just like maybe I forgot the man at the bottom. Anthony, was that your name? Or I forget.
Yes.
Okay. So like from a man's perspective, like, do you have anything to give to this? Like, I'm just so befuddled. Like, I don't know, maybe, and this is just my opinion. So if I'm wrong, please tell me. Is it because it sounds so much like sister? Like, are you guys just don't want like a feminine, like kind of sounding word? Because that's what I feel like it is. Because I see it's more men not wanting this than women. Do you agree, Ocean?
Not entirely.
Oh, okay. That's good. I mean, I guess that is not just
Right.
men.
Neither do I. I don't either.
I will say, so I have found that the motivations as to why are very different. So women will typically not like it because for fucking centuries women have had to fight for legitimacy and like in ourselves and being respected in who we are.
Yeah.
That like suddenly like womanhood was something that was fought to be proud of. To be able to go out there and just be a human being, an equal human being, a contributor to society, that suddenly that is an extra bit that cis women just don't like. However, men don't like it because part of it might be the cis, but part of it is just transphobia because it puts people adjacent to trans identities because it describes their gender in the same way that trans people like describes it. But I actually, and take this with a grain of salt because I only read this today and haven't verified it yet. Media will influence the way that we see things.
Oh God, 100%.
South Park did an episode where they talked about the word cis.
Really?
And apparently, allegedly, again, grain of salt, equated it to to a very similar sounding word with an extra syllable.
I know what word you're talking about, and in this live, I'm talking about that. I went on. That's what they were referring to, and I'm like, no, like it literally has nothing, nothing. And this man I'm talking about, he was trying to say, oh yeah, this trans woman was like saying they were saying cis, like CIS, but they really were saying the other word, like that you were saying, that's like, you know, the extra syllables. And I was like, I mean, obviously I don't know for sure. I wasn't there for the conversation, so who knows what happens. But I know using that specific conversation as a generalization is crazy to me because, you know, there's always going to be outliers, but that doesn't make the word cis cisgender slur just because one person might have used it in a wrong way or something.
So I would say Ocean's point was very well made,
Mm-hmm.
and so 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 it's
Is that a compliment, Anthony?
it's almost comical that Ocean's response to what a man thought was pretty damn accurate.
Mm.
You know,
I do my research. I do
But-
my research
but
on this.
I would agree that it's more we just don't want any labels, and we definitely don't want labels coming from a group that we don't understand. The same as white folks can't call me a ninja, but
Oh, yeah.
I'm not so offended if a black person does. It's the same thing. It's like, don't call me something. Don't call me anything. You don't have the right to call me something. Now, what that is you know, in this case, the word cis. Don't call me anything. You don't even know me. You don't know my story. You don't know, and it's you know, I mean, it's really I can't think of the word I'm looking for, but it's
Like it's like calling you out of your name.
you're
think?
assuming you're assuming a lot by saying that, and that's not what you want from us.
Mm-hmm. No, I
If
get
you
what
call
you're
me a cis male, you're assuming the same thing that you don't want me assuming about you.
Yeah,
Can
no,
you go into that a little bit more, actually?
So with the whole
Yeah, sure. So you guys, I came on camera on purpose, and that's for me to be seen, and that's
I
for
love your
you
beard,
all
by
to
the way.
assume. Thank you,
I
thank you.
love a man with a nice beard.
See, you call me a man, but you really don't know.
You told me your pronouns
Yeah,
were.
you've already said you're
Yeah,
a man.
you've already.
Oh, I didn't know
said
you
that
was
you
on
were.
here. I didn't. My bad. My bad.
No,
I didn't
you're
know you was on here. I
Yeah,
said that
I
a little
was.
while ago.
I've been
All
watching.
right.
I've
All
been
right.
watching.
All right. So no. So it's just like the best example I can give is we're not part of your group,
Mm-hmm.
and you're not part of our group. So we should keep our words to ourselves, and you guys should keep your words to yourself. We shouldn't call you out, you know, any kind of names. Y'all shouldn't call us any kind of names. I understand it's a medical term. I get it. You don't have to say that anymore. I get it. But it's an unnecessary term.
Well,
Just like
again,
trans.
Anthony,
Ocean, I would never know you were trans unless you told me. I would never
well,
know
again,
that.
Anthony, outside of these conversations, I would agree with you. Outside of these talks. However, during these talks where we're talking about this beautiful flag here, we have to denote who is trans and who is not. And there are words for
But
that.
why?
One is trans.
But why?
We talked about this a moment ago, Anthony. It is about the fact that there's a lot of people who are trying to pass a lot of very ugly laws about us to prevent us from being able to access the care that we need and exist in public space. When we get to a point where society can accept our existence without that discrimination, then I don't care about the label. Then the label doesn't matter to me. But we have to be able to unify ourselves under a title. And we have to have that title and those outside of that title.
So would you say that you're doing it to show your numbers?
No. Just solidarity in a describing. It describes who I am. It describes the fact that I have this fight and and this experience. Go ahead, Jane.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, Osha, if you don't mind. And I'm so sorry. Andrew, Adam, what's your name? Anthony. I would have gotten
Anthony.
Anthony. So how would you feel about the idea that cis is simply a person that is not transgender? So like Ocean sort of was touching on, it's not a hollow endeavor to have these terms and to try as hard as we can to make sure that trans people and non-trans people at least understand. They at least understand the intention behind a word like cisgender, because it's not a hateful word. It's not a slur. It is a person that's not trans. And to me, that's sort of the easiest way I've broken it down for people in my life. And so I don't know. I don't know if that resonates any differently for you, but it's definitely more so than just a desire for solidarity's sake, in my mind.
I'm here to understand, and I'm reading some of the comments, and people are saying some pretty negative things about me and what I'm not listening to and things like that. It's not that. I'm an old dude. I'm
No, I think you've
50.
been
I'm
respectful. I
50.
think
Y'all
You're
gotta,
clearly
you
listening.
know what I'm saying? I'm trying. I'm trying.
Listen,
yeah.
I will say I will speak to my
So
comments. Hold on, Anthony. Let me speak to my comments as the host. I understand that you're 50. You've gone through a lot of experiences, and sometimes things have to be reiterated. Sometimes people lose things, forget things. I am fine to remind you of exactly why these titles are important, because they're important to me, and it's important that people understand. Okay?
Okay.
Also, I would like to acknowledge our new guest, Shannon.
Hey. Sorry, my voice is a little crackly today.
You're okay. Which pronouns?
She, her. I am
She, her.
trans.
Welcome, welcome. And Macbeth.
I'm she, her.
She, her. All right. Anything either of you would like to acknowledge on the board, if you can still read it?
I tried to jump in earlier on a different conversation, but I'm just trying to see where we're at here. This conversation's evolved quite a bit since I've been watching.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of, I guess, what we were talking about earlier, you were talking about where there was a discussion going about older trans women,
Mm-hmm.
and I was gonna get into that conversation because I'm 48. I came out as trans at 45, so I definitely have a very different perspective of things than a lot of people do. But and I was gonna list some of the reasons why you don't see as many older trans people. However, we are out here. But a lot of them is just the simple fact that by the time you get to a certain point in life, there's so many changes that have to take place for you to come out. A lot of people do not.
Yeah, changing the layout kind of works, but it cuts out two of my points. But yeah, I hear you.
And then on the topic of whether or not men will date trans women, you can't even begin to address that with a study, because I would tell you that my current boyfriend now probably would have been one of those men that said I would never date a trans woman. But then after he met me and got to know me, he opened up his understanding to some things, and we're doing pretty good. And I would say that of about all the men that do find me interesting or do find me attractive, I would say about 25% of them change their point and will date me. So the percentage of people that will date a transgender person is a lot higher if they find attraction after they meet that person.
Yeah, I don't try to use that any kind of like bearing on
Oh, there's no factual to it. I'm just saying that the studies.
Yeah, I
mean,
know. I'm saying that like I find no bearing on what somebody says before because like people just don't know. So the study is an interesting take and it is interesting information, but I don't know anything else besides that, and I can't invite anybody if you're under 1,000 followers, random person. So the study of one person. No, it's a study. So it's a study of. Let's see. I didn't even read the sample. About 1,000 participants.
Oh, that's such a small.
It's a really small number.
That's a small number. And yeah, I feel like what the other guy wasn't understanding is what you were trying to explain, that genital preference and being transphobic are two completely different things. Just because.
Nope.
Where'd she go?
You muted yourself. I don't know if you left the app or if you hit the mute button at the bottom.
Hello?
Hello, Sherry.
Hi.
Sorry to keep you
So
waiting
my
so
name is
long.
Sherry. I know.
Hold on, everybody mute because Sherry's going to cut in and out unless if anybody's got background noise. Shannon, can you mute? Cool. Go ahead now, Sherry.
Okay. Again. Were you guys able to hear me?
Yeah, we hear you better now. No, I didn't kick her out.
Okay.
She just left. Go ahead, Sherry.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now I gotta rewind and go back. Okay. So I'm cis, lesbian, and the cis argument drives me up a wall, and I'm having it all day long with where the issue, and it boils down to cis women really just wanting to refer to themselves as
you're gay.
Oh. Thank you.
Okay.
As normal, regular things like that, and they just don't get how it comes off so superior and just I don't know. Me personally, I just take it as something that's very ugly. And this is an analogy that I just thought of. So I live in an area where there is a big community that's not common. Okay, I'm not gonna say what it is yet. So say my friend Sharon belongs to this community, and I introduce you, and I'm like, Ocean, this is my friend Sharon, and this is Sharon's wife. And then I say, Sharon is hard of hearing. Sharon's wife is deaf. And Sharon then might say to Ocean, oh, okay, Ocean, are you hearing? Are you hard of hearing? Or are you deaf? Now, the chances that you're going to have that kind of a conversation are slim unless you're in that community. But when you're in that community, it's very important for that clarification. And if Ocean were to say, don't call me hearing, I'm just normal, imagine how offended and hurt my friend would be by that statement. You know what I mean? By implying, you know what? I'm not deaf. I'm normal. Don't call me hearing. All the rest of us are hearing. Just because you're deaf, don't put that label on me. And from that perspective, you would say, that's really, really hurtful. And to me, it's the same thing. You're only using these terms in that setting, and it's for clarification based on just so we know what your life experience is, just to get a kind of an idea. And that's it. It's not hurtful. It's not mean for someone to say you're a hearing person. You are a hearing person. No difference.
Hello, new
Does that-
guest.
I'm
Hold
sorry.
on,
I'm
I
gonna
wanted
cut
to-
in.
Oh, go
Ocean,
ahead,
actually,
actually.
I'm so sorry. I'm actually going to take off and let someone else get in here, but thank you
Cool.
so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for stopping there.
Thank you.
And Al Farouk, is there something specific you want to be called?
No, I just have a question for the host.
That is me, so you can ask it.
Why? I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm really
Good
curious.
question.
I want to know, why do trans kids need our protection? Protection from who? The world? America?
From legislation, from bullying, from exclusion outside of medical fields, or from exclusion from places like churches.
Okay, and you're saying they need that protection because they're oppressed or they're not accepted?
Not accepted is the specific word that I would use here. There is oppression that comes with that, but more widely, they're like, I wouldn't say that somebody is oppressed if their parents reject them. That's just the non-acceptance thing. But if like the legislation thing is more the rejection thing or the oppression thing.
The rejection is more the oppression.
No, the legislation is more the oppression.
Okay. So this is my whole standpoint on this. I have no problem with trans people. I have no problem with gay people, non-binary people. But the moment people try to mandate a certain type of act or law and kind of tell me how to think towards that person. If I don't think like that person, I'm wrong. That's when it becomes a problem. Like that's what's going on within the trans community. Like if
Is
you're
it?
not, I feel like if you're not in agreement with them, they automatically look at you like you're the enemy, and I think that's just completely wrong.
How?
Poor guy.
You
Give
say
me a
how?
second, Luke. Yeah, how?
You saying how do I
Hmm?
view
No,
trans
how is
people?
it? How is it that trans people view you as the enemy if you disagree?
Poor guy.
Well, because they try to implement their views on the world,
Mhm.
and if I'm not in agreement
I
with it,
mean, what is our views that we're implementing on the world?
that trans people are actually real people or real. Well,
Oh, that's
women
a
is real
mighty
women.
fine slip up there.
No,
That
I'm
was
saying
the Freudian slip of
everything
the
I'm saying is intentional.
century.
Everything I'm saying is intentional. I don't believe that trans people
No,
are real
that
people.
wasn't. Oh,
I
okay.
don't.
Well, then I'm gonna
I don't believe if you're a trans.
Poor guy.
goodbye.
Poor guy.
Oh wow.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna have somebody come up and say that trans people are not real people. All right, go ahead, Luke.
Poor guy.
Okay, you're gonna keep repeating yourself. I did not. I expected that when I made that correction that he wouldn't double down.
No, I know.
I thought that was a Freudian slip, but that was fully intentional.
Uh-huh.
Which
Apparently,
kind of
I
brings
don't.
me
His
to
point
another
was
question.
Sure.
Is there really such a thing as the trans community?
Yes.
Or is that just a terminology that people have used to put us in a group to discriminate against us?
We inherently have a group, and that's part of our formation. But being a part of a group doesn't inherently mean that we agree with one another. In the same way that you can have a community like a school, that doesn't mean that you just all agree with one another, or a community like your local church. That doesn't mean you all agree with one another. Trying to treat a community as a monolith is where people screw up.
Because my general experience with everybody I do know that's trans is we're all out here doing the same thing. We're all out here working, living, trying to keep our head above water, and we're not necessarily living in a community. But I guess
Yeah,
in the identity, I guess we do have a sense of community.
yeah. Go ahead, new guest.
Which one of us?
Do you have a name?
Added two of us at the same time.
Yeah, I'm going to start with you because, like, we were talking earlier. I just want to make sure somebody new gets their chance to speak.
Okay. I'm Lindsay. I go by they, them, she, her. So I'm gender fluid, non-binary. Also identify as cis female. I wanted. So I've been told in the past that the sexual preference thing, people are really sensitive about that. That they having a sexual preference means you're transphobic because I prefer flesh over plastic. I don't that I'm automatically transphobic, which doesn't make sense to me. But I want to hear if anybody has any feedback on that. Like, what are your takes on the preference thing?
So I talked about this a little bit earlier. My legitimate belief is that if your exclusion of trans people is a aversion, as in you just really don't like the idea of trans people, then you're transphobic. However, if you have a genital preference, that's valid. If you don't want to sleep with somebody even that's post-op, for whatever reason that is, because of discomfort from that, that's valid.
See,
there's
that's
all kinds of very valid reasons why you wouldn't want to sleep with a trans person.
That's the thing that I struggled with because I would prefer post-op because I do prefer flesh over plastic. I don't like toys.
And that's valid.
Okay.
Super valid.
Okay.
Genital preferences, always valid.
Perfect. That's all I wanted clarification on because I wasn't here for that conversation.
Yep.
So I appreciate you taking the time with me.
And what was your name again?
Mine? hers.
No, FZC
She's trying to
Mimi.
unmute.
Okay, I put it
Yeah,
in.
Mimi. That's right, Mimi.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to unmute. Listen, it kicked me off before and I got mad. Look, be on here at 7 o'clock. I'm not playing with you. Okay?
Okay.
Because I'm still at work.
Listen, there's been no dragging happening, bestie. I'm sorry.
Listen, be on here at 7 o'clock because, and what's his name with the beard? Anthony or whatever your name is.
Yeah.
Listen, you be on here at 7 o'clock too. Okay, I got something for you. Okay.
You've been summoned.
Okay, I'm not playing.
Should I be nervous?
You just ought to be nervous. But seriously, I'm a go. But be on here at 7 o'clock. I'm not
Hey,
playing,
y'all, she
okay?
ain't working. She ain't working, y'all.
Yeah. She on TikTok on company dime.
Oh, she almost got caught. Oh, that's too funny. Yeah, she's like, I can't disconnect. Kick her
Are you
off.
saying you can't disconnect?
Yes.
I'm gonna disconnect you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna disconnect you.
Okay.
Mimi
Oh,
is so
cute.
pretty. You're right. We have Photosaurus flex. That seems like an interesting name.
Hello.
I think
can,
I've
talk
talked
for
to
a
you
little bit.
before. Yeah, I think I remember
Yeah.
talking to you.
We were talking about. There's a crazy guy in there last time, though.
Oh, I do like crazy people.
Yeah.
So what's up?
Yeah, so I was going to ask, because I recently saw a really interesting study that the rate of, I don't know, you can't say suicide. I hate that. I hate censoring words. The rate of unaliving has gone up with the same rate of transgenderism.
The rate actually has not shifted. Actually, the rate has technically shifted down. The most recent study tracks from a 42% to a 40%, which is a marginal difference, so not significant in any way, but has not increased.
Well, they're basically the study was saying that people were claiming that transgenderism has been around forever. It's just these people are now feeling safe to come out.
That's very true.
Yep.
But now they're saying that not being allowed to come out is leading to harm. So shouldn't there be a history of harm in the past, but the harm is only coming with the present?
Do you know what pink triangles are? Can you mute while I respond to you? Because you do have like an awful background noise. Thank you. Just a quick yes or no question before I get into it. Do you know what pink triangles are?
No.
Cool. So if you want to know the history of harm, so pink triangles, so back in the times of the H camps with the mustache guy, yeah. So he, when he was rounding people up, he rounded up more people than just Jews. He rounded up socialists, for example. He rounded up queer people. He rounded up war prisoners. And each group were marked in their own significant way. Pink triangles were used to mark queer people. Why is that significant? Everybody was like, obviously there were so many groups. What makes queer people special in this case? Well, when the Allied forces broke through the walls and took over Berlin and won the war, and they went down those roads and they freed those prisoners from those H camps, those with pink triangles were returned to the camps by Allied forces.
Okay, but I mean, like the rate, we're talking like more recent times, like in the past 30 years, there's been a huge spike in child offing themselves.
So that's because the studies haven't really been tracking like trans youth, because the idea of being trans hasn't really been out there quite as much because we've entered the age of information. I'm sure that I could conjecture and postulate here that it has existed for whatever reason, but we have always been here.
I'm just wondering, like, is there a possible connection between transitioning and self-harm, and it has nothing to do about someone stopping them?
There's no study that tracks that transition leads to somebody harming themselves.
Well, I mean, this study specifically pointed out that the rate of people identifying has increased like threefold, and the rate
And
of
I'm going to remind
suicidality.
you, there's no study that tracks that transition increases self-harm.
Well, this study. Well, no, I'm not talking about. It's two separate studies, but they're just finding a connection between the two.
Yeah, have you ever heard the phrase correlation does not imply causation?
No, but there are. I mean, yes, I have. But no, there
Yeah.
are. I mean, there are trends that we can follow, right?
Yeah, but that's correlation, not causation. Because like we have answers as to why trans youth and even trans adults do those things. We have those answers. We know why.
No, I'm not saying this as a definitive answer. I'm just saying it's curious, and I'm wondering what your thoughts are on it.
Well, I would point out, for me, I would follow the studies, which cite societal rejection, which includes rejection from home and home hostility, rejection from medical care, rejection from churches and communities, the loss of friends and marriages as being the cause, as opposed to transition, because no study tracks that transition causes an increase of self-unaliving.
Well, there are some studies that have like tracked people as they've gotten older, and a lot of people said that it was a temporary phase in their life, and they just grew up to be gay.
Yeah.
They
So
weren't.
do you know what the detransition rate is?
I'm not familiar.
Yeah. So that is a tracked number. That's 8%. 8% of all trans people detransition. 62% of that 8% retransition later in life. The most commonly cited reason for detransition is at 36% of all people who detransition, so 36% of that 8%, detransition because of pressure from family, or parents. Then 33% is pressure from work, and then so on and so forth. 5% of that 8%, which makes up 0.4% of the total transgender population, or U.S. transgender population, since that's what the study sources, cites that they detransition because being trans or transitioning was wrong for them.
Mostly what I'm getting this from is it was a gay I can't say the word, gay advocacy group. And basically people being told that, no, you're not gay, you're living in the wrong body. And they're saying that, if these children were allowed to just express themselves and not be forced one way or the other, that they would naturally grow to be gay men.
So I will say I discourage anybody from ever telling anybody what their experience is. I am never going to tell somebody whether or not they're gay or they're trans. That is for them to identify within themselves, because that's intuitive to them and not at all something for me to work out.
And the statistics and numbers do show that every step of the way, the more support you have, the more trans care that you have, as this evolves, the rate of that self-unaliving goes down each time. I mean, when you start from the very basic step one of if you just have one supportive parent, it goes down something like 23%. Then if you have two supportive parents, then if you have support, like it just keeps going down and down and down. So what it shows is the ultimate goal is to have as much support and access to medical care as possible for trans people, and you're going to have the best results.
From what I've seen, I mean, from that study, what I saw specifically was just stating that there isn't, like, they haven't been able to find a correlation between self-harm and transitioning, but they've noticed a correlation between an increase in both.
Absolutely. And because, again, I would like, as studies cite, it is societal rejection. That's because there is a correlation. There absolutely is. And the good question is why? And these studies, there are many, because yes, it is a very noticeable rate. At 84% of all trans adults who have SI, which is that word, but ideation, as in thoughts of self. Thank you, by the way, for LGBTQ Safe Space Spot 2 for the Cash App. I love you. So People,
Hey,
oh my.
sorry, I gotta go, but I'll come back later on your live. I
Yeah,
gotta go back to
sure.
work.
That's a cool ass view.
Yeah, thank you. But I'll be back. Thank you for the live.
Yeah.
I like talking to you.
Cool.
Yeah,
We
my
love
living
this
room does not
agreement.
look
That's
that
actually a
exciting.
good conversation. I will say I'm going to take a break from my live for now, just because I don't have a lot of disagreements and requests. Mel is currently live, so I'm going to send all of you
Oh, she
guys
is.
to
Okay.
Mel because she just started it up. Love you all. I will try to be back around 7 since I'm being encouraged to be back around 7. Anthony, you try
You've
to
been
be here
summoned.
too.
Yes, ma'am. Oh.